Hello, 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 hello. So today we'll be finally continuing the hunting indeed. To take need a break from it, but we're back now. We're back now indeed. Yeah. What do, yeah. Most likely gonna be a little bit rusty to this game. Since I haven't been playing it in a while, but apart from that, we should be quite fine. It's always something to be getting back to a game. Shouldn't be too bad though, because I spend a little bit of time in this game. Just a little bit, you know. Yeah, we still do be having this, in quotes, a little friend here. Haven't moved. The dude that we knew where indeed. Okay, let's go ahead and get there. And there is a massive mess outbreak. Yeah, but it's empty. For the good spot, that is. But yeah. Last time, indeed, before I did Shake It to Break, I did indeed hit the odds for this for me, because only research level 10, no, nothing else. Can't be bothered to be getting anything else anyway, so this is what I'll be going with. I did check out that I have 177 phases of normal kind so far. And then 10 alphas, if that's not incorrect. So no decent amount of progress indeed. But yeah. I'm expecting to be getting a face or two. Oh yeah, I forgot that I'm gonna be switching it to night time because I have so few alphas left anymore. It's not the end of the world though. It's a massive mess outbreak anyways. But yeah, indeed, we'll be switching to be mostly doing this at night because, as I said, I have so few alphas left to be found. So, be doing them at night time then, so I can check those ones out as well. But yep. First screwdriver will be normal though. I can easily check all of these. Yep. It's gonna be probably a little bit weird when the first shiny sound hits in. Haven't heard it in a while, indeed. Guess I could be going from here then. Yeah, I don't know. Still like tree/ore hunt is a thing that I want to do at some point in this game, but at the same time, it's so annoying to be doing. So I don't know. Yeah, let's check out the crow. Hello. I guess first run, first phase. Nice. I've been finding a few of you. That's for sure. Thankfully you didn't get mad yet. Alright, it's a pretty decent one. Definitely not the first one. Maybe the last one though. Oh, two on the same run. Both ones that I unfortunately have, but hey, that's pretty cool. Still, someday I want the Psyduck there instead of a Golduck, but it's still something, eh? Not too bad. And it is hilarious because of course there is a massive mass outbreak and I get random ones instead. It's the 9th one that I have caught. It's interesting. I guess I don't catch too many of them then. Let's get the Crobat as well. Is those 2 spots? I'll be still checking those. The first 2 phases already done for today. Interesting. But it's pretty cool, that's pretty cool. Yeah, unfortunately it's quite unlikely to be getting anything new anymore, but there's always a chance. There's very few things that I haven't found in here, mainly evolved alphas. Alright. Progress is progress though. No, a 3rd one on this one. Okay. I've got a 2 whole Pokemons that I both don't need to be moved. There we go. Tentacruel. There is 2 Teddiuruses there, because one of them is definitely not a shiny Magby. It's Y twice in this game. There we go. What up? Let's get back there. Hopefully everyone is having a good day today. I'm having okay-ish day myself indeed. Nothing too bad going on at all today. No, the usual indeed. Let's switch it to nighttime. Yeah, from those 2, then the Probo passed into you there. That's the way, that's the way. There's always a little bit of trouble when you do be getting back to the hunts indeed. But I don't know, I think usually it's like party full of sorts I get faces in one day, so you're quite a good away in that already. Yeah. I was thinking I at least want to be getting 50 done today, most likely more though. It's kind of thing that I could be checking out this area as well. At least 50 done today, most likely, as I said, more than that of course, but we'll see how things are gonna be going indeed. We'll see. If we find an alpha today, that would be lovely, but I doubt it a little bit. What? That's pretty cool if we do. I think I haven't gotten a basculin right. I think I don't have I gotten basculin during the ascent, but most likely not. Even though I do be flying there decently often. Well, you know, it isn't usually found there indeed. No, I have a bunch of them though. Actually, I might not be having actually a bunch of them, but I have. At least I know that I have one of them because I remember that I evolved one. Oh, so that's at least one there. Nope. Map wants to be filled with things, I see. 3 times in a row. Okay, the 3 runs that I've done today are all the ones that are having at least something there. Interesting. Thankfully nothing too out of the way though, so that's pretty nice. It's pretty nice indeed. Yo, another alpha. Another alpha there indeed. Yeah, I technically have the alpha Hyperior already, but the one that I did find was in a massive mass outbreak, and you know, of course, it would be lovely to be finding that one over there. And it is, you know, kind of in the way anyways. So, you know, most likely will be checked. And that's kind of the case with all the alphas that, even though I have already caught them, that why do I go over them is because they are just in the way. And I'm going anyways. So I might as well be checking them. But yeah. Same goes for massive mass outbreaks as well, because I check all the things of the first 4 kind. Indeed. If something shines there, something shines there. And the funny thing is that most of the time it's a no. I usually do be getting the shiniest from random encounters, even though I technically have a higher chance to be getting them from the massive mass outbreaks or mass outbreaks, but random ones are cool. I like them. If I remember correctly, it's like a 10 or so in an hour in average that I can be checking. are, you know, rusty, most likely, as I said. I think after this I might be needing to be going. Switch time back to night time, because it's 3 or 4 that you can do. At least I can do. Alright, that's pretty decent. It's pretty decent for sure. I always forget that. I think I should just straight away go to here, because there's like Sneasel that I wouldn't mind to be getting, you know, Gyarados, Cider in here. You know, in the way just be making, you know, a few extra ones to be available and such. Try to do that indeed. Just the tail of a traveler looks strange. I think it's because, you know, it has, you know, multiple arms. Makes it look a little strange. Especially when it's alpha. It do be a little bit strange though, like... Why did they decide to be having so many Pokemon on Gen 1 to be having 4 arms? There isn't actually that many, but... Still... Like, why does Graveler need to be having 4 arms? Doesn't make the most amount of sense in my mind, but it do be what it do be. You know, Champ is, I guess, fine. We can kind of see why it would be, but especially Graveler, because it like doesn't have them when it's a Golem. It's kind of strange. It's kind of weird that usually one set is like very close to the body, and one set is like kind of just hanging in the air. Like, why? Silly things, silly things. What? Doopy, what did you be, I suppose? What I am. Charms indeed. Yeah, I think indeed because it's literally one away to be getting another box or pasture, whatever thing filled with faces. I think that is reasonably possible if I don't get a drought for the next however long. It's quite likely indeed that we do be getting there. Maybe getting a little bit worked on, maybe... I mean, the first row would be a little too much on the next box, but... no, maybe one or two there. That wouldn't be too bad. It wouldn't be too bad at all. It also kind of makes it question that... what if we could be having, like, nowadays, you know, to be, like, be exploring, like, in this game? How different would it be? Because, you know, usually, especially, like, older kinds of Pokemon games, they tend to be having just, like, bunch of trees on the, like, edges of the map. But, yeah. Like, would there be what kind of places? And what not available? Yes, that would be kind of interesting to be seeing. To be having, you know, like kind of, you know, Legends Arceus type of game exploration part. And then to be seeing the same region also in the future and see like how it has changed and stuff. Because like it would be interesting, like actually see how much it's changed. You can like, of course, you can still see like how much, you know, the region has changed. No more modern cities, whatever thing. But what about like places like random forests and stuff? How they are standing in indeed. How much have they been changing? Punch, I would assume. Or you know, it would be always kind of cool to be seeing, not even depending on the game and stuff, that you know, be able to see like at the same time the past and the current time. Like, you know, another way to be like changing in between them. To be fair, most of the areas in most games are like only gonna be ever visible to you as the whatever time it is. It's quite rare that you can be seeing both the place both in the past and nowadays time. Which is unfortunate because it would be nice sometimes. We realize indeed. What is the shiny that I would like to see today? Definitely a millionth Ligar. Definitely. It's a nice shiny and quite a usual one to be getting, but I ain't complaining too much. It's just not really what I would like to be getting, but hey, it's still a cool Pokemon and with a nice shiny. I know that it doesn't happen as much anymore. talked about this already, but that doesn't happen as much anymore as it used to happen. But it's interesting to see again somewhat of a good Pokemon to be getting an evolution and kind of overshadowing the Pokemon that it was evolved from. The evolution is shadowing that. Because I feel like Gligar is, you know, one of those Pokemons definitely was, you know, an okay Pokemon already, did get a cool evolution, but unfortunately makes Gligar a little bit more like unforgettable, I mean. There's like few Pokemon that don't really do it for me. For example, Tangela is one of those Pokemons that for whatever reason doesn't really do it for me, even though, you know, Thancroat exists. Part of the reason could definitely be that it's kind of annoying to be getting the evolution. It's not that bad, but, you know, still a little bit of a chore. Especially in old games when you just couldn't be learning the evolution. Evolutionarily required to move easily. Which I will say that I don't think that it should have ever been the case, that it would have been hard to be requiring like those indeed like ancient power to be evolving and such. Because it's not really too necessary, because I think that it could have been just explained that, you know, in this area they just learn it. Because it is kind of true that, in quotes, depending on where you are finding the Pokemon or training the Pokemon, it learns different things. It is kind of the case. Because, you know, it's quite usually the case that Pokemons between two different games, they have a different learner set. So you could be just saying that based on the environment they were learning different things. And I feel like that is kind of how they have done it now. Since, you know, quite a good amount of the Pokemons that did require at some point like hard scale to be learning the necessary evolution move are level up moves. Which I will say that I think that should have been always the case, but hey. It is one of the nice, kind of forgettable, like, life improvements. I mean, I don't think that it necessarily needed to be the case that Pokemon learns the move. I think that it's just nice that you can remind it Remind the dude of the move without, you know, heart scales. Like, I would have been fine with that already. But I mean, that's not really hurt that they can learn it with level up as well. I will say one thing is still weird to me, even though it happens with so many Pokemon, is that Pokemon's learning HM moves naturally. Like, it's a thing that has been going on for quite some time already, but it's still kind of weird. Especially now that, you know, you don't need to be using those moves, so you wouldn't necessarily think to be teaching them because of that. And I will say also that there was a point on this again there. That there was a point that I thought that HM moves are bad. Like in battle. Quite a good amount of them are. There is some that, you know, are helpful in the part that you are getting them in, like heart and strength, usually, when you get them. But, yeah. For example, like Flash has always been the kind of move that I'm like always thinking that that's kind of a bad move. It is, and you know, there is other ways to be getting around using like something else than Flash as well, so it's not like it's specifically required to be having it, but hey, it do be what it do be. I will also say that one thing I would have wished that I would have known a little bit sooner is that regarding to HMs is that I would have liked to know that you could just be, you know, wasting your party slot for it. Because, you know, I usually just taught them to my team members. I mean, as I said, some of them are very good, like, they are very useful and everything. It doesn't, like, matter that much, but there's also some that are questionable at best. Most recent example is definitely that I wouldn't have mind to be having Flash on the team, but unfortunately I also didn't want to teach it to any of my party members. In the grass only, indeed. Because I just didn't want to be doing that, indeed. Like, surely it did make the game harder for not having Flash, but hey, I don't know what I would have been doing with Flash. But yeah, I think, like, basically from the point that I didn't know that you can be using HM Pokemons, or Pokemon specifically just for HM usage. I'm mostly be using it. There's still like moves like Fly that I might be teaching. My flying Pokemon, Surf, depending on what game it is, Waterfall. Whirlpool is a little questionable, but could be as well, but yeah. But then again, am I happy that I don't need to be worrying about it too much anymore? Yes. It's gonna be a weird because there's definitely gonna be at some point we're gonna be having games that will be having HMs work in a way that you would need to be having them to be learned by specific Pokemons. Again, I would like to say, I guess Let's Go is the most recent one that would be the case. But then again, not really, because your partner Pokemon just learns them. And it's not like you need to be wasting move slots to them. I mean, Rhydon slash Koraidon, I just think they just get upgrades. Or like they remember how to be doing them, or get the strength to be doing them again instead. But yeah, I don't think that HMs have like never been that big of an issue to me. Because like sure, like as I said, Flash is one of the most useless ones if you ask me. Then again, you do be needing it so rarely, so you know, it's not that bad. And I will say also that I don't mind looking at maps, and even if sometimes if I have Flash and everything as an option, I might still be using, you know, maps to be figuring out, because I just can't be bothered sometimes, because Even though there's few places that I have gone through so many times that I should at this point be remembering how to be getting through them when I'm sleeping, basically. But it's still like, I want to be certain that I can be going smoothly. Like, for example, the Kanjo caves. I've gone through them so many times. I haven't gone through them too much recently, so fair enough if I don't remember how they work. But yeah. When I was doing bunch of like runs in that game, I did remember most things, but I still want to make sure. Because most of the time it is. For me, the case that I just want to be getting done with the place soon as possible. I don't care that much. I don't care that much about the collection of items. I don't know if it's like an actual game that I want to be having to be as a base that you'll be doing shiny hunting or whatever my thing later. Then in that game I will be like going pretty truly with areas. At least up until Scarlet and Violet. Kind of Legend Arceus as well, but at the same time there really isn't that many things to be like go ahead and explore and find. Because most things do like respawn each time that you get in to the place. So yeah. As I said plenty of times, I can be bored with Scarlet and Violet and absolutely exploring everything. I wouldn't say that it's impossible to do, but at the same time I can be really boring with it. I don't mind the size of the map per se as well. It's just that there is multiple different levels in certain places, so it's hard to be exploring and such. I like that Scarlet and Violet are indeed in multiple levels. And also kind of the open world aspect is kind of making it harder also to be getting them fully explored. So I think that the only games that I have fully explored everything that are open world games are the ones that like the map shows where exactly everything is. Because it's kind of hard to be keeping track otherwise, or if there is like no Sometimes I will be going as far as I will be going ahead and looking at an online map as well. I don't think it's super necessary for a Scarlet and Violet because I think most things you can be finding either somewhere else or craft them in GM's case. So, you know, there isn't really that much of a need. But I'm mostly the type of person that I want to be going first the wrong direction. It's just that I like to be exploring a little bit of everything. And that is a good way to be doing it, indeed. What was that bronze one doing there? Hello! Good morning to you. How are you doing? That's good to hear. I don't know, is it a recent announcement or something, but I'm pretty excited about the regionals being available everywhere in Pogo soon. I mean, do I have most of them? Yes. But it's not nice. And it seems like it wasn't that far that, like, it was available, at least Stro was. I was... I did find out in, like, I was just watching Instagram. It's like May 4th, I think, or May 9th. Or something like it's in the start of May. If it's not a year-old news that I'm hearing. I'm not completely sure because it's just, yeah, it's just stupid that sometimes you hear like year-old news. But if it's the case... Yeah, so it is correct. I remember it's Sock and Throw and Survivor and Sangoose. Is there anyone else of regionals? Yeah. I mean, I would like to say that maybe Solrock and Lunachone, but I doubt it. They're not really rivals. Neither is really Sock and Throw, if you ask me. Yeah, let's do hopefully one more check, then it's ad break time. But I always do be loving indeed when I can be getting regionals. Because I don't know. I know I have a throw. I should be having Survivor because I did do Hoenn, like the global one when it was a thing. Is Volbeat and Illumise in that? That would be lovely, even though I don't care about Illumise because I already have it from Hoenn. But yeah, I will say that I always love in Pokemon Go when there is events that you can be getting regionals everywhere. I understand that they have them, but still, jeez. There is for a few Pokemon that I think that it's gonna be either never or it's gonna be taking a long time before I will be completing a Pokédex in Pokemon Go. And it's the ones that you need to be in very specific places to be getting them. Like Comfey and Buffalon, for example. Need to be very specific places for them to be even a thing. But yeah, that's always... It is always a thing to be looking forward to. For me. Indeed, let's check out the Crobat and then... At least head back to Live, maybe come back if there is nothing going about in here. It's always gotta get the chance at the space-time distortions. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna sleep until evening, so that should be still nighttime. After the break, indeed. There we go. Just waiting then. Maybe, you know, getting space-time distortion to be happening. Possible. Indeed. Increased chance of encountering shiny Zangoose, the Viper throws off Heatmore and Durant. I mean, and Heatmore and Durant makes sense, I guess. I thought I was missing like one pair there. More Alolan, Sandshrew, Mankey, Poliwag, Machop, Ligar, and Rhodes. Possibility to be getting Lickitung, Galarian, Stunfisk. Oh, it's day-based, kind of, when things are available. From 4th to 6th, it's Angus and the Viper Forest. 6 to 8, it's Straw and Sock. From 8 to 9, it's Heatmore and Durance. Okay. Isn't too bad, okay. I mean, I'm not gonna be dead, you know. Dig into it, but need to check it out though. Cool. Maybe then I will be getting a shiny. Oh yeah, I did see that. It's a very nice one. You did get the Grady Lee. It's a pretty shiny. I absolutely love that Lily is like almost perfect colors for a Grady Lee when it's shiny. I got already 2 faces today to this. It was on the first run. Kind of stupid, but its Legends Arceus. So quite likely at the same time. Both random though. Even though there was a massive mass outbreak. And almost in the same exact area as well. Hey Doobie, what a doobie. Also, I continue the try to be getting lucky egg from the 1% chance in Soul Silver last night. I was playing, you know, that late into the night that it did switch into morning chiming game, which is 4 a.m. And after it switched to the morning time, I didn't encounter a single chance in like an hour. And I'm convinced that they're only available there at night. Most likely not the case, but it sure at least felt that way. Unfortunately, all the chances that I did find last night, they weren't holding into anything. Which is a little sad. No, even the 50% chance to be holding a noble stone. Which I will say that it's a great addition. That's a possibility. Guess you can easily be evolving your happiness then. Which is very nice. I will say, speaking of like happy, I'm surprised how few Pokemons there are that need to be holding into an item in order to be evolving. Like just that and not like traded and evolved while holding an item. Like I always thought that there is a good amount of them, but at the same like actually there isn't that many. There is still, you know, decent amount of them for sure, but like it's surprisingly a little amount that there is. I would kind of like to be seeing it done more often nowadays as well. Because it would be kind of interesting to be seeing, like, that a Pokemon would need to be specifically holding onto an evolutionary stone in order to be evolving. Instead of, you know, using it on the Pokemon. Because of course I don't want to be having... I don't want them to be adding like items that only help out a little bit. Like for one Pokemon evolution. It's always a little bit of a waste. At least most of the time the items have some sort of other usage. And or are not that hard to be obtaining, so it doesn't bother me that much. I mean, like, surely are you most likely just gonna be using the evolutionary item to be evolving it? Most likely yes, but at least, like, if you want to be getting another one, it will be somewhat helpful. So it has a secondary effect. I don't think that I can check out the nighttime ones. Yeah, it's fine. And be bothered to making it to be nighttime. I'm just thinking, like, if the evolutionary stones could be held items, what could their, like, thing be? I was kind of thinking that if you would be holding on to them, it's more likely that you will be getting the status effect of the type. Like electric or thunderstone being more likely that it's paralyzed. Fire, it's more likely to be burned. Of course, it doesn't work with everything, but it would be a way to be making them more interesting. And also I'm kind of thinking the only reason why the evolution stones are so common in the first place is because no Pokemon evolves with them, basically. So, you know, they're not gonna be used that much. So if someone sees them, they're not gonna be picking them up. Also, it's interesting to be seeing this year how many people have been getting like bunch of off days from work, both like today and yesterday. Because tomorrow is indeed quite widely a off day from work from basically everyone, apart from of course necessary ones. Because it's like usually like, you know, if it's like one day either like it's like on Tuesday or Thursday, for example, you might be getting either a Monday or a Friday off from work. Because why not? Of course, you know, it doesn't work everywhere, but in some places. Schools especially did work quite well with that. At least mine did, because I think that we did like study more in the short period of time than we like are really supposed to, so we could really easily be having off days a little bit easily. Is there's like certain amount of hours that you need to be studying in school for per year. And based on that, you might be getting earlier or later to vacations and stuff. That's probably why in some years we did get off from school from on like 22nd, and some years a little bit earlier. Not by too much, because you're gonna be getting like a 3-week, maybe, yeah, 3-week break or so anyways. But I still will say one thing, I absolutely hated the days that we need to be going to school on Saturday. Just because with that, we could be having an extra, like, we could be having an extra day off somewhere else. Because as I said, you need to be still, like, doing the same amount of hours. And like what mostly bothered me about like Saturday days in school is that we weren't ever studying, we were doing like something else. Like maybe it's a sports day or something like that. So yeah, I didn't like them. I would rather be studying. I'd rather be sitting in class than going around and running in places. Speaking of running in places, jeez, do I remember that? I don't know if it's a thing anymore, it most likely is, but from like up until like 6th grade, every year we needed to be going to walk. It was like one of those like Saturday days that you would need to be like going for a walk for charity. It was like, I didn't mind it, but the place that we needed to be doing the walk was annoying. Because it was always the same place that we need to be doing it. It's in the winter, it's a place that you'll be skiing in at, you know, when it's not winter. It's like a place that you can be going to jogging, I guess, going for a bike ride if you want to. That's sort of like nature trail that is more like... It's kind of a nature trail, but it's like more kept in a good shape. Because it has to be, because if it's a skiing place, it needs to be in good condition all year round. But it was just like so hilly and everything, it just was annoying. Like, I wouldn't mind to be doing the walking, it's just like the place was annoying to be doing it in. It really depended on the year, like what it was for the walking, though. And at least in my school it was like not even an option, like you have to be doing it. If you of course can, like, you know, if you have problems of walking, then you know, fair enough, but other than that you need to be doing at least a certain amount of walking, because like if you didn't do like there was a bare minimum that you need to be doing. If you don't do that, it's basically that you'll be skipping a day in school. So yeah. That's annoying thing. Thankfully I don't need to do it anymore. As I said, I don't know if it's a thing anymore or not. I kind of hope that it is, because it's for a good cause, even though, you know, it changes quite often, like, what it is for. I think for a few years, at least for us, it was for, you know, giving food to people that, you know, can be getting it in other countries. At the same time, I understand also the place, even though it was very annoying, in my opinion, to be walking in there. I understand why it was decided as a place to be doing it, because it was indeed in the nature trail, so there was every once in a while there was, you know, teachers or something like that standing there. And so, you know, they would be checking that you are actually walking there, so, you know, you can't be just skipping about the whole place, you know. But yeah. It was what it was. But yeah, I don't remember indeed what was the bare minimum to be doing. Of course, like it also changed each year, because, you know, it was, I think, once a year thing, so, you know, you would be older, so you could be expected to be able to do more walking. I mean, you could be running as well, but, you know, walking was the thing that they were thinking that you were doing. I think, like the bare minimum might be just one lap of the place, which might be like 3 kilometers or something like that. But really, like, if you can, and you should be doing 2 at least, then you'll be getting more stamps. I guess it was also another way to be keeping, you know, kids be moving. But I will say that I think it's a little unnecessary to be doing to dudes that are like below grade 7, because I think after the 7th grade, like, you started moving less. And in here, when you're grade 7, you're 12, 13. Maybe not 14. Oh, 13. Because it's always a problem in here that they want to keep kids moving and doing things like this. Which, you know, help to an extent. But what they did for me was that I only did two the mandatory things that I needed to do in school, and I didn't do literally anything outside. Because I don't care. To be fair though, even though it was quite a thing that most people did do anyways, I did do that much of like, I did go back and forth to school riding a bike. It takes maybe like, it took like maybe an hour combined, like going back and forth. So yeah, I did do that, so you know, there's that. I did go with bike to school and back indeed until the distance started to be too long. And honestly, like, I will say that if I would have wanted to, actually the distance wasn't the problem, it just was that I talked about it before, that there just isn't like a walkable, bikeable path to my school that isn't like going way too out of the way at some point. Because unfortunately most of the places are like that you would need to be going with a car or something like that, because well, there wasn't no like sidewalk. And I will say that I don't like to be riding if I can't be in a sidewalk. Either that has a separate bike lane or has bike lane on it. Because I don't trust that there is always a safe weather to be driving in. But yeah. To be what it to be. Geodude break is a little bit out of the way, but if I remember it, it's not that bad. But yeah, I don't know if it would be working somewhere else, but I just feel like as Finns we're quite stubborn in that if we don't want to be, you know, as teenagers, as kids to be moving about, so we're not gonna be doing it. I guess I understand that, you know, it's an important thing and such, but I will also say that none of the things that the school encouraged me to do really worked. Because I just didn't care. It wasn't my thing. Which is also a thing that I was super glad about, that once I didn't need to be too much of too much of the what I said, like the classes anymore. And it is kind of the problem with me, and like exercising is also the problem that I just don't like to do it when people are around. That's why I hated it in school. Could be because most of my teachers in there were quite critical and everything needed to be perfect, and you know, it's discouraging. So yeah, that could be part of the problem for sure. I will say that it definitely could have been worse though. PE classes, indeed. If I would have been having a teacher that was like actually like, you know, coaching a team or something like that, but I was always fortunate enough that that wasn't the case. There was few that were like they were quite close to a person that was doing that, but they weren't doing it like themselves. Because I have heard like if that's the case, it's usually even worse. I mean, I get it if your teacher, like PE teacher, would be very like strict and such, because we did have an option that we could have gone to a school at some point that is like specifically for, you know, people that either want to be professional at some sort of sports or are into it more. So, you know, it's completely understandable that in there. This is the kind of situation that I will say always to be the case. That if you have the choice to be made, like, do a good decision. I know it's hard sometimes for sure. And your opinions might be changing in a certain ways. But, you know, if you have the option, then, you know, I would be always be choosing something that I at least somewhat like, at least at the time. will still say one thing that I'm extremely happy about is that I didn't have parents to be pushing me to be doing certain schools. I don't really know if there is few schools, I guess, in here that could be considered like good schools in quotes. They're mainly universities though. Oh yeah. Thankfully my parents didn't care that much at all. It's kind of the thing that if I wanted to be doing it, then you know, I do it. I will still say though that I think it's a little stupid, even though in here it's quite late that you're choosing, like, comparing it to other places. Like, you know, what you want to be doing. It's quite stupid still that, like, how early you need to be choosing it. It's in here, like, when you're 15, 16. You need to be choosing. Of course, like, the good thing is in here, at least, that it doesn't honestly matter at what point you do decide to be doing something different, because there is places that you can be learning in even when you're an adult. So that's nice. So, you know, if you decide after 20 years of doing one thing you want to be switching it up, then, you know, always an option. And, you know, depending on your education level, where you can be going in as well. But yeah, it's nice. Choose whatever you want to be doing at after 20 years of doing one thing. And then there is, you know, I think kind of everywhere there is the kinds of people that want you just to learn a little bit about everything. Which I will say, I don't mind those kind of dudes, but I mind them in only one occasion. And it's that they just apply to like multiple year plan of doing things and only do 1 year. Especially because most of the places in here in the first year might be pushing like maths, languages, whatever things first, because they just want those things out of the way, and only like after the second year they start to be doing, you know, what is actually there. But then again, if you already have the education for those, you can skip them most likely. So there is that. There might be like professional English, like you can be skipping out on because it's specifically for that. But yeah. Some things you can more easily be skipping out on than others. Because some things are, of course, like they are changing so often that, you know, it's good that you are reminded of what's like now the thing. And some are like they're never changing, so eh. Or they aren't as big of a part of that field. Very angry. Rhyperior there. Very surprising. Another alpha Miss Mages. There has also been a lot of alpha Bronzong and Bronze and Bronze Swords. It's kind of stupid, but that's something I suppose. Getting random alphas should be here and there. Oh, a Lux Ray. Pretty cool. Already have a few of those. But cool nonetheless. Alchemist mages, very interesting, interesting. Yeah, I don't know which of the alphas I would like to be getting done first, or the first. I mean next. I'm kind of thinking that I would like to be at least be getting done the Crobat, just because then I don't need to be going there anymore. The bite would be saving a bunch of time if I would be getting that. The night ones would be speeding up things a little bit. Especially if I would be getting Miss Mages. I think it would be more helpful than the Clefairy or Clefairy Clefable. It's gonna be, you know, useful though. If I get both of the night ones done, then again I don't need to be caring about the time of day. Which is certainly something. Oh, there you were, just about to fly away. Might as well be checking them then. Speaking also about another like kind of good thing that I like figured out also about the lucky egg is that it's better that I do it at night, I think. In case, you know, I would be getting a shiny, because during the morning and day there is a Pidgeotto that will be knowing Whirlwind. I don't think the night ones should be too scary though. I mean, I don't care really, because I'm just literally looking for the lucky egg and nothing else. And most of the time I'm gonna be going there at night anyways. So, you know, it doesn't matter that much for that reason as well. Yeah. I would hope to be getting it rather quickly though. I would hope indeed. But then again, would I be surprised that I would be getting a shiny when I'm not shiny hunting and looking for something else? No. There's been a few times. I was looking for a Frisk Pokemon, I got a shiny Hoot instead in Soul Silver. I was trying to be getting, I think, Slowbro and or Slowking from the SOS calling in Ultra Sun. Got a Ratch instead. And indeed, of course, the very first shiny ever I was trying to be completing Pokédex. Got a shiny Ghastly instead. You know, it happens. Shinies, they mostly do be popping out of nowhere when you least expect it. I'm gonna try to squishing one more. It's incoming soon. I will check out the gummies again. I've completely forgot that they were there. I doubt that there is anything because I was quite close to it, but it doesn't hurt to double check though, so might as well. Because the place that I'm flying in, I should be close enough to it, so I should be able to hear if there is any sparkles there. I do never know. Sometimes, you know, sparkle sounds aren't playing. And or like I didn't just go close enough to them. It's also an option. I'm gonna try and squish in one more. It should be easily done. This is an empty map. But I mean, there could be always like 3 different shinies before I get there. Doubt it, but a possibility nonetheless. There's an alpha gibble there. Most likely. There we go. Let's head back then and wait for the ads indeed. Gonna stay in here this time around. So why not? Getting going soon. There we go. Let's get going, indeed. Bunch of ghosts there, I see. In the mass outbreaks. They do be a little spooky. I don't know, is it actually speaking of ghost Pokemon that is it because I'm, you know, an adult now and everything, but it doesn't really seem like there's too many like actually like spooky, scary ghost Pokemons. Like look-wise specifically. Like surely there might be like spooky ones if you like look at this, look at the like Pokédex entries and such. But I also think that there might be like a non-ghost types that have far more spookier backgrounds. I've talked about it before that I would be like into really get a spooky Pokemon. I don't really like scary things per se myself, but At the same time, they do be quite fun every once in a while. One thing I will say that definitely is not helping the case that I don't think that there is any spooky Pokemon is the art style. Because that can be doing so many things. Just, you know, switching up the art style is gonna be doing quite a good amount. I don't know, I think there should be spooky Pokemons. I just imagined how annoying Scarlet and Violet would be if there would be the angry mechanic. I think I have talked about this again before, but how annoying would it be? Because like there's so many Pokemon. I guess it also would be a little bit easier to be getting rid of because you can just be, you know, flying far away from it. I don't know. There we go. Mic is a little bit better now. But yeah. I guess it wouldn't really be working in there. It doesn't really work that well in this game either. It's quite easy to be getting away from it, but I think that is kind of the point at the same time. I think it isn't meant to be, you know, a broken mechanic that is annoying. It is just meant to be a mechanic that, you know, makes sense. And I guess like it isn't really needed nowadays anymore as well because, you know, we understand Pokemon better, and I would like to say maybe a little bit more people would be having Pokemons as their partners as well. It could be a thing as well, indeed. So I'm most likely not needed anymore, indeed. Mm. Another hunt that just came to my mind that I would like to be doing at some point as well is one of those swarm hunts in the old Pokemon games. You know, you're having a swarm for a certain amount of time, and you know, in that time it's just like, you know, the Pokemon that is swarming is more likely to be appearing. I need to be looking more into it though before I want to be doing it, but like before I will be doing it. But it could be an interesting one. It could be again kind of the kind of situation that I have kind of like want to be doing. Most likely will be doing a situation of the evolution thing that, you know, in Sword and Shield there is a location that depending on the weather it switches which Pokemon is there. And I would be going for, you know, just resetting there. Don't care about the... Don't care about the thing called... what weather it is. Like, you know, not going for a specific one. I think it could be also working with swarms. It's a little bit more tedious with swarms, I would like to say, because you most likely will be needing to switch a location up. Well, it shouldn't be that bad. Oh, hello, Stunky. Always love to be seeing you around. Lovely little fella. Do I have like a million of you? Yes. The lovely shiny. Oh no, he got angry. How dare you? I don't remember, does it work in this game that if I would be just like literally dropping the Pokeball? I'm too far away. I'm too far away from hitting it, but I'm far, like close enough to it so it can be getting angry. Yeah. Of course. Gonna be throwing a wing ball here. And this is somehow close enough. Even though I have a feeling that I'm farther away from it, but... anyways, more Stunkies. Could have been the alpha one, I guess. But hey, that's that. Box now filled in then. Get more Stunkies, jeez. It's getting quite stinky in here with all these Stunkies. But yeah, this means that that's indeed that box done, which also means that it's 180 normal sized faces done. You know, no non-alpha ones. So you know, that's something for sure. I don't know why I want to be double checking so much in this one, but might as well. Stunky is a nice one. I will say though that I wouldn't really mind to be getting another like skunk Pokemon either. Even though you know Stunky do be lovely in every way. I wouldn't mind to be getting another one. It could even just be, you know, a regional variant, and I also like that all of those hippos were female. Nice. There we go. I'll get the Stunky. Beautiful Stunky. Let's go ahead and just Stunky on the correct place. There it goes. There's one more to go, then I need to be taking some action. Are they actually alphas? Or they are? Wonder why I even have that kind of bug spot. Hey, sure. Yeah, that's indeed 3 faces today so far. I know that it is most likely not gonna be the case in Pokemon games. But I have recently liked the idea that there is like either like twisted dimensions kind of thing going about, or like somehow, you know, your camera is playing tricks on you. I guess distortion world in Pokemon is the closest thing that we most likely ever will be getting to that. I don't know why I have been liking those recently. They are kind of goofy little things indeed. And again, I kind of always liked some sort of cool brain teasers. Yeah. I haven't played too many of them lately, but they're cool indeed. I like that everywhere but here there is a mass outbreak. I always love when that happens. It's two different kinds of birds. Of Gen 2 actually. No, not Gen 2, the other one's Gen 4. What The reason why I'm thinking the shadow this Gen 2 is because I always remember that someone was complaining that why is it in Hard Gold Soul Silver that Murkrow is doing the mimicking thing in the one of the Team Rocket situations? Because it could have been switched to Chatot. You know, on Shenju it makes sense because, you know, it's not like, you know, Chatot was a thing. But yeah. I've always found it interesting why it wasn't changed. Because it could have. I know that it, you know, wouldn't be the same thing, but at the same time it would be making more sense. Also, I will say that if we ever will be getting another parrot Pokemon, I want it to be more skinny than the ones that we have. Because I think that both of the ones that we have right now are, you know, a little bit chunky. Nothing wrong with that and everything. I just don't know, I just would like to be seeing more like tall and skinny birds, I guess, in general. In Pokemon, because I don't know, I've talked about it before that I just think that there is so many like round-ish birds. It's kind of boring at times. Hmm. I also know that I'm not the biggest fan of like chew or slim designs on most of the things. I just don't know. I guess that I just want there to be some muscle there as well. Because you know, if I do see chew slim skinny of a thing, I'm just thinking that it's just bones and skin, nothing else. And I don't really like that thing. I mean, surely, you know, there can be cool things done with it. I'm not saying that, it's just not the thing that I'm super into. I will say though, also one thing that I've always disliked is that when there is a series of sort of like around like one like main concept of something, whatever it is, TV show, movie series, whatever thing, and all the characters, you know, look the same. It's not really a thing anymore, thankfully, because it's just so much easier nowadays to be, like, you know, be making a little bit of a different things. But, like, looking back now at some, like, TV series indeed that I did enjoy when I was a kid, and now I'm like, why did I even like them? Because this is just, these two are the same character, but one is blue, one is orange, basically. I mean, surely, you know, they do be having their own personalities and stuff, but you might not always remember them if they look too similar. But you know, of course, like, I understand that, you know, things have improved over the years. And as I said, nowadays it is very easy to be making bunch of similar but different characters. Because at some point, you know, nothing was like animated on computer. They were animated only by hand, so having few templates is of course easier way to be going about it. But it do be losing a little bit of the character that the characters could be having if they do be looking too similar. And also, I guess another thing that I don't know if it actually has happened over the years, but I feel like it has, is the amount of different voices you hear. Like, even though, you know, there might have always been, you know, a different voice actor do things, but at the same time, all the voices did, like, kind of sound the same at the same time. It's again nice to be seeing more of unique ones to be showing up every once in a while as well. Because it was always, like, at some point it was always the case that there was, like, let's say a blonde character that no matter like what show it was from, it always seems like it did sound the same. But yeah, it's nice that there is now more variety on things. It's sometimes very interesting to also know who is behind certain voices. I mean, I guess it's quite well known that, like, young boys from, like, animated series specifically are usually voiced by women because it's just easier for them to be getting, like, the voice down. And it makes sense in its own way. And of course, like, even though it would be making the most sense to be using, like, for the character's age, like, voice. But the problem is that, you know, kids be growing. And if you are always gonna be having the character at around the same age, it's impossible to keep the same voice actor if it's indeed in, like, a kid. Because, you know, the voice do be changing at some point. So, you know, of course it makes more sense to be putting, like, an adult that basically the voice is never gonna be changing again. To be in the roles of young kids. Because it's easy to be, like, making the same voice a bunch of times. After years and years. Like, surely there is always the opportunity that the voice can be changing even, you know, when you're an older. Because, you know, life happens, but it's just less likely, I guess, to be happening. Thankfully, it hasn't really happened to me too much, but I know that it's sometimes hard to be finding a new voice actor for the role. If for one reason or another the previous one isn't able to be doing it anymore. Especially, like, I think especially if you want to be doing it, like, mid-season. I think like if it is gonna be having a new series or like not new series but a new like indeed like a season airing, then it might not be as odd. It's gonna be still odd. Because it's hard to be getting the voice to be the same. Same always. But yeah, it's interesting that it's easier to be making the same looking, like if it's a like a real actor, like two different real actors to be looking the same. At least I'm thinking that it's easier to be making look them same than to be making sound the same. Of course, you know, years of practice will be helping, but I'm just thinking that it's probably gonna be easier to be making them look similar. That's honestly why I kind of like this situation, even though I don't watch movies, series, whatever my things that much myself. I like that, like, after each season, like, you can kind of be seeing how the characters are changing. Like, they are not trying to be keeping them look the same. Because of course it makes sense. Why would they always be looking the same? Just let them, you know, either age or change anyways. Another combi, yay. Another combi, yay. We'll be hunting it someday, but in a different game. Definitely gonna be PDSP. From the honey tree specifically. I know it's not exclusive to there in those, but wanna be finding it there. Want you indeed. I don't really know what else game I would like to be hunting. Hunting indeed the combine. It's not that available in games. Not too interested in hunting the dude in Aldea myself, but could be an option. Could be an option. Then again, do I honey tree Pokemon when I hunt there change? Yes. But yeah, my main targets that I want to be getting from there are indeed a combi and a cherry. Burmy is a maybe. I will say though that I would rather be, I don't know, I'm kind of thinking that I'd rather be hunting Burmy in the original Shino games though. Like I feel like it's a less of an eyesore in there. It's definitely one that needs to be haunted at some point. Nice stretching, nice stretching. Character even is doing some stretching. Nice. Oh no, Voltorb. Nice. I still would absolutely love to be getting those. The Judas and Alpha indeed. One day, one day. I don't know. Is that a day actually gonna be a thing about them? could be. I will say that much that I'm not completely sure what way I'll be doing it. It could be a one that I do be doing the mass outbreaks for. I'm still not gonna be like resetting and capturing, defeating things in certain orders. Because I can't be bothered with it. I can't be bothered with it at all. I will say that at some point I would like to try my hands on that. The knocking things out in certain order and such. But I also might be like, if I ever want to really be doing it, I most likely will be doing it off stream because I don't know, I just find it boring. And I also may or may not be doing it in the file when I do be getting around to be doing it one day, that I do be completing the Pokédex into the perfect stage, indeed. Because that would be most likely cutting down quite a decent amount of time from it. Why did I go there? I mean, I can run away from there, but... Or teleport away from there, but I wonder why I did come here. Anyways. Silly things, silly things. The game really wants to give me a Sneasel. Haven't seen too many of them, and today I've seen 2 of them in the mass outbreak specifically. And I don't mind the shiny Sneasel, but I will still say that I personally would be preferring if I would be finding it like randomly instead of in the mass outbreak. It's a cooler find that way, but it's a cool shiny nonetheless, and you know I have the alpha, so it's cool. And it was, you know, the static one in the Alabaster Islands still. You know, that's nice. Very nice indeed. Might be checking out first on the Clefable though now, because it's... I might not even have time for it, but if I have enough time I want to check it out first, of course. Is the still Clefairies there? Yeah, thankfully it's not that far away from there though. It's not that far away indeed. Most likely a good call that I did decide to check them a little bit sooner than I would normally be checking if there is indeed a sneasel outbreak there. Let's see. Another good row. Another good row indeed. I think in the next hour, based on how things are going today, there has been massive mass outbreaks, but not that many. Decent amount. I think in the next hour I should be able to hit the 50. That is indeed the at least amount that I want to be hitting today. Which is decent to be getting in 4 hours because it means that it's a little bit over 10 each time or each hour that I will be checking. Which is, a good amount. Good amount indeed. But yeah. Could be more even. Not too bad though. I think one good thing always about Legends Arceus that I kind of forget is that even though it doesn't feel like it, you're making very good amount of progress. Because I'm not upset about it, this amount that I'll be able to see indeed in an hour. Double check on that one mistress there. Oh, hello. Hello there, Golbat. Oh, why are you so green? Why are you so green? Yeah, squishing a back strike there, nice. Nice. Why is the gold pad green? Indeed. It's not the first time that that specific gold pad has been green. It has at least happened once. That's number 4 for today. I'm gonna try to squishing indeed one more for another breaking indeed. Might be possible. We'll see, we'll see. Not the end of the world if we don't, of course, but it would be nice. Yes, I have one green gold battle. Are you happy about my green gold battle, dude? I did ask. Why do big green? Didn't answer, which is very rude. I'm gonna move it in a while. I'll try to do one more indeed real quickly. I do squishing one more, which I should be again able to easily. That I can, you know, move it. Then indeed. I will say, would like to be getting that pink crowbat. Lovely. Crowbat indeed. It should be weird, but to be fair, Crowbat do be anyways quite a different color-wise from rest of the dudes anyways. You know, make sense? Can we get back-to-back runs? In the same spot? Nah, I don't think so. Would have been at least a different Pokemon there, so that would have been something. Dramatically, it's getting foggy when approaching the Alpha Gudra. Oh, there is the hold up. Nice. Let's get back here and move Golbatch indeed to this board. First of many to there for sure. Well, we'll be getting going soon. Let's head out then. Completely empty. Nice. Love that indeed. Based on the phase that things are going, maybe I could be getting 7 down today. Overall. And you know, of course, to be requiring that the kind of thing is still going about. Can be getting them, you know, and checked nice and quickly indeed. I just got to see that. I mean, I might as well then, since I know that it's no longer nighttime, I might as well be taking this shortcut then. Would have absolutely loved to be checking it out, but yeah. Unfortunately, it did turn into a daytime indeed. Yeah. Since it did like quite dramatically be like coming at the fog when I was getting close to the good drum on the previous run. I'm just thinking how cool it would be like in Legend CA if we do be having like again like boss Pokemons more or less. Like how cool it would be that for certain ones of them there would be a like weathers happening around the area. I think I have talked about it before. Or like anyways, like something like that. Like kind of what happened in Sword and Shield in the very like early parts in the games, that you know the legendary Pokemon is like causing more and more fog. I think that could be cool. And then, you know, you would be needing to navigate through the area some special way. Because there is a strange weather about there. So I think that could be interesting. We could be having Sachu that is just summoning like rain all the time. A regional variant of Sachu. Would be a strange one to be getting a regional form to, but hey, I don't mind it. I've grown to appreciate indeed Sachu a lot more. It's again one of the ones that thanks to the ace. But yeah. But yeah. Would be interesting, would be interesting. Piecing, like, indeed, it wouldn't need to be every Pokemon, but like some sort of special Pokemons. Again, it started to be foggy around here. Is this game trying to be doing it already? Nah, it's just a coincidence. Unfortunately, as cool as it would be. But yeah. It's interesting, it's interesting. Mm. Yeah. Or I don't know. Well, I've definitely talked about it before that I would kind of be wishing that there would be more areas that would be having specific weathers. Or very specific weathers indeed. Would like that indeed. Because, you know, it would be making sense. Or, like, let's say that in some areas it's more likely to be an exo weather. Because then I think there could be more like weather-based evolutions there then. And they would be, you know, easier to be getting. And I guess they would be more like they can be only evolving in this specific location. I don't know. Like, it is like, you know, I don't think it's the case that there is places that always have certain weathers. But having the I like more like the be certain weather would be nice. The only places that I can think Pokemon wise that there is always in quotes certain weather is the places called that it's always snowing apart from Diamond Dust, and there is very few locations that that's the case. Or like in Shino there is at least, I think, like most of the snowy places have like blizzard going about. I could be wrong though, but I think it is the case. And unfortunately, unlike fog that you can be getting rid of with defog, I doubt that there is a way that you can be getting rid of the snow storming need in there. Which I would like to say that there should be at some point a Pokemon, even though there is like Pokemon that have it as an ability. But there should be like just specifically a Pokemon just like, does something to do with the weather. We have few Pokemons that have something to do with the weather, for sure. We don't have too many, to be fair. But we have some indeed. Yeah, it could be like, indeed, the Pokemon based on weather that rather nullify the weather, like kind of like what the who is it, the Cloud9 is doing. But I think a cooler way to be making it, instead of like just removing the effects, it just would be removing the weather altogether. That sounds like a legendary Pokemon to me, but I don't know. I would like to be a normal Pokemon instead. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to be seeing for sure. As I said, indeed, we have it like Cloud9 that would be removing the effects of the weather, but what if it would be having an ability and or a Pokemon that is designed to just remove the weather, and depending on the weather that it's like eating or something like that, whatever is the way that it would be like getting rid of the weather. It would be like making his signature move to be something different. But yeah. What could it be though? I mean, technically anything. It could be just a Pokemon that it would be having wander or something that would be, you know, consuming the weather or something like that. It would be only like you could be using it once, and then you would need to be consuming another weather kind of a thing. Or it could be having not specifically like a wand, or like it just would need to be having something that is nicely on the design but is consuming the weather to it. It could be made even as far as it doesn't work if it's a summoned weather, it needs to be, you know, actually in the overworld. Maybe something like Blizzard or not Blizzard, Snow Warming. drought or something like that, then they would be working as well. I'm to be thinking something that could be working in any weather. One that comes to mind is frog, because frogs can be surviving in quite a variety of environments. Another thing could be like maybe a tree or a flower, because they also, not everything, but some of them can be surviving in quite a good amount of weathers. Why am I doing that? Let's just save in the cave. Indeed. Good place to be saving. I guess another thing that a Pokemon that is consuming weathers could be a bird. Doesn't make the most amount of sense, but it could be. I don't think that something like Cloud would really be working, because it's not like in every weather there would be a cloud. Forming indeed. Nice weathers there are just no clouds at all. You'd be having cloud elements to it, but not just be a cloud itself. More allocates, why? I don't like allocates still. I definitely will say, apart from the Pokemon that I'm thinking about that can be consuming any weather and has a signature move that would be working differently depending. Hello, Alpha Clefable. That do be shiny. Hello. do you want to be the Pokemon that can be controlling weathers? Look at the dude. Lovely, lovely. Oh yeah, that's one of the night ones done. Gonna be in battle if this doesn't get captured. Or not, because it didn't get angry. Yeah, thought so. And that's less places to be checking. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna eventually destroy the Dialga, but gonna be standing there for a while. Want to catch you indeed in the Gigan Ball. How dare you? Switch into the other Dragon Steel type. Shall we? Well, yeah. That's less places to be. Indeed. Lovely, lovely. There we go. There is the Clefable. Number 6, I see. How is that caught at night? I don't know. And even in the run that there isn't Kudra available, unfortunately, but hey. I'll take an Alpha Clefable though, with the funny green ears. Let's go. That's one less to be checked. I need to indeed be figuring out some sort of a path to be going about that normally. It shouldn't be too bad though. But it also means that it's one less alpha on the way there. But that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's our Pokemon that is definitely controlling the weather. And it can be having its signature move to be different depending on what kind of weather it is. Indeed. Let's go. I'd love to see that. Don't know what I wanted to be going from here. I thought that there was a spot in here, but anyways. Let's go. Let's get the Crobat as well, shall we? But yeah, also I guess that means that it's less like needed to be switching into night chime that often, because I can be checking out indeed the I can check out, you know, the mismages quite easily. Like it's fast to be checking it. Oh yeah. It's pretty decent, that's pretty decent indeed. Nothing over there? How about in here? Or is it only the Alpha Clefable that is found during this? Don't see any green there. Don't know if I care too much to be checking too well either, though. I got one Pokemon. You can't even tell that it's shiny from that picture. You can, it's a lighter color of pink that it gets, but it's hard to be seeing for sure. First shiny as well, because first shiny of it is indeed. Second alpha one that I have ever caught. I think the first one was for the Dex. I like that I did complete 50 thing, or 50 words of things there. Let's return to the village. Indeed. It's gonna be going temporarily to the list there. It's gonna be moved to the alpha box. But today it's gonna be staying in here. I guess it also means that I have caught the entire line because I've got a few Clefairies. You know, just a few, and then there is Cleffa somewhere in here as well. Oh yeah, because it's one of the weird ones that I have found it very early on, but for some reason I haven't found it ever since. Oh, that's pretty cool. What bubbles did I catch the other ones in? Usually like leading balls, right? Or other ones? Oh, you Gliscor makes sense. Yeah. Don't be usually capturing them in those, because why not? But yeah, I don't usually nature guess in this game, but my nature guess for the Alpha Clefable it's that it's gonna be modest. I don't guess usually because there's just so many that you get so easily. Jolly! Less special attack, more speed. Okay, okay. I'll be throwing it out for a moment. Look at the dude. Hello. Indeed. You don't know how to do anything else? It's a cool move though. Love it. Love it indeed. Let's put it back and let's get back to it. I guess that's the alpha number 11 then. Yeah, I have some sort of an idea what kind of path I will be taking from here on out. I have an idea indeed. Let's make it nighttime as well. Anyways. Yeah, because it doesn't do that much difference to the path. I might not be seeing the golem anymore. But that's not the end of the world by any means. Let's just get the other night one done then, you know. Then it's gonna be very very interesting path indeed that I'm gonna be taking after that. It's gonna be like, as I said, I don't need to be then caring about the night chime at all. I can just be, you know, going about. Indeed. There we go. I still will be checking out on the right here because it is anyways kind of in the way. I might as well, as I said, to be getting in the actual spot. I was thinking, you know, checking this dude and then basically just flying straight to the Alpha Gudra. I'll be going low enough so I'll be able to see like encounters in here, in the water there. And then on this path as well. Buddy? I guess it also means that most likely more stunkies again. What? No for you indeed. What? Decent. I will still say Clefable Shiny isn't crazy. Same with the entire line, but I do be liking them. It isn't anything too crazy, but I love them indeed. I will say that I would be wishing that the green would be more noticeable in Scarlet and Violet, though. That's my only complaint, really. 'Cause I absolutely love how the green looks in this game, for example. And it's pretty easy to notice. Indeed. Yep. Indeed, I was talking about the Pokemon that could be controlling the weather, kind of. You know, getting rid of the weather at least, if nothing else. Indeed, the signature move that the type would be changing depending on what weather it is consuming. There was another thing that I thought about, but I forgot it. Oh yeah, that it would be immune as well to all the weathers. I mean, it kind of is, but you know, if, like, as I said, it would be not to be making too OP, so if, you know, the weather is summoned again by, like, Sunny Day, for example, it can be consuming it again, you know, be immune to the weather, kind of like creating Cloud9 as well. And it's not like it would be the first time that we would be seeing, you know, combined ability. I mean, it is usually with special Pokemons, like Blood Moon or Saluna, for example, is one of the more recent ones. But at the same time, it is kind of an ordinary Pokemon. Like, surely, is it the only one that we have seen? Yes. But at the same time, what is it but just another version of Ursaluna? And it's not like they are too hard to combine the games that they are actually able to be evolved. Not that much. What are you? Hmm. You know, you never know. There might be a place that Blood Moon or Soluna is everywhere. There could be. I don't think that it would be like in any place, anywhere, everywhere, but let's say that it's more common there. Because what do we know? What if there is a place that Ursalunas would anyways be kind of everywhere? So, you know, having just a Blood Moon variation there every once in a while wouldn't be that far-fetched from there, in my opinion. It could be because I would absolutely love to be seeing it more. Like, it wouldn't be the case that it only is gonna be ever in one game kind of situation. Because they have unfortunately kind of started to be doing that with a seemingly normal Pokemon. I will say that I think that the fairy... one of the fairy edition of the Buff Cloud dudes is probably gonna be at some point in a game again. Because it would be kind of a strange one to be living out on forever. Enormous or whatever my thing is called. And you know, Poco doesn't really count because Poco is just adding things kind of whenever it feels like it. But yeah, I would like to say that would be more seen. It should be more seen indeed. But yeah, Blood Moon and Rosaluna definitely should be. Even if it would be just a rare chance that you could be getting it when evolving in Ursaluna. Kind of like 3-segmented Dunsparce, for example, is... It should be an option. It should be. I mean, I will still say that it absolutely have a broken ability, yes. It does. But that gives me the idea that it could be having the water consuming Pokemon could be having a dual ability. And I guess we have already, like, seen it with, like, Calyrex. Almost forgot the dude's name. And the ride, which whenever it is that you're using. Mariam. Definitely interesting, definitely interesting. Be seeing if they will be doing like another like special version of a known Pokemon that would be having indeed like a dual ability kind of situation going about. Guess I wouldn't mind that at all. Wouldn't mind that at all indeed. No cat. Oh yeah, she was very like Cat was very like much in the speaking mood yesterday. I don't know, was it because I was on so long yesterday or what was it? It was partially because she was hungry. For sure, as you know, wanna be. But I think it also was partially because she wanted to be playing around as well. You know. So did I do that? And it seemed to be helping for a little bit. I mean, she's overall more active now, but it's most likely thanks to, you know, it being spring and, you know, more things happening. The sun is, you know, more there. Which is quite a usual thing for basically, I think, any sort of animal. There is, of course, the ones that are more active on the winter, but most of the time it's the other way around. And you're like more active during the warmer months. What are you? She do be doing fine as usual. She do be doing whatever she's doing. You never know what's in her mind, indeed. Yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting, indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something. But progress is progress at the end of the day. And any amount that can be done is good. It's always one step closer. Indeed. But yeah, not too many more to go, and we have hit 2,100 checks for the Gudra. Even though it's always the case that never fully be trusting my counters because they could always be a little bit off. Just human error. The thing be double counting, I don't see. The thing not counting and I don't notice. It's a possibility always. At least, if nothing else, it gives about the amount. Hello, cat. I will say I wonder if the professor is gonna be saying anything differently if you have completed the Pokédex, like perfected it. Because at that point there would literally be nothing that you could be reporting because it's like the dex is done or something. Like, would it still be saying nothing to be reporting this time? I mean, I guess it could be saying the same thing because you didn't capture anything. But I think it would be making sense if it would be worded a little differently. Like, you didn't find anything interesting this time, kind of thing. Because, like, as I said, after, like, if you have perfected the dex, there is literally nothing that you could be reporting about apart from, you know, capturing a Pokemon. That, you know, probably someone already knows because it goes to the pastures, most likely. So, you know, they would already know. Because I don't see the dude be carrying an extra Pokeball. I don't know how did they have that kind of technology, but Pokemon should be a nice place in that. And technology is indeed something else. Hello? How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Oh? It's finally a Croagunk. Thank you. Only found Toxicroaks. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I only found Toxicroaks in here from this line, so that's nice. Something different at least. Could have been the Alpha Joe, even though I have already the random Alpha Toxicroak, I don't need a random Alpha Croagunk as well. And I wouldn't mind it, but I don't need it. But I guess that's number 6 for the day. So that's nice. I just got a shiny. I have got a bunch of shinies. Should be indeed the 6th one today. Or is it only number 5? Might be only number 5. Yeah. Got a few phases during the Alpha Gudra hunting. Just few. It's only number 5. But hey, that's something. Yeah, those two, yeah, only number 5. I did find an Alpha Fable today, so that's something cool. So I don't need to be checking that spot anymore. Bunch of other spots that I need to be checking still, though. But yeah. That's, I think, I have 6 full boxes of normal shinies and now 11 alphas during this. You know, pretty decent. Pretty decent indeed. It seems like, funnily enough, even though it's not the case, that I have been getting a shiny for every 10 encounters I do for the Alpha Gudra. Interesting, interesting. This next up is number 50 for the day. Which is this one, of course. Nice. Not sure what is a very nice shiny, I like it. Actually, Richu isn't too bad either, indeed. Should be number 50 for the dudes. Yeah, for good kind. Be squeezing in like one more than it's at time then. Yeah. Alpha Gudra is probably gonna be one of the final, or at least at the time it's the final thing that I will be doing in this game. I'm not too interested in doing anything. I have the one that I will be perfecting the decks on, but that's off stream. But I don't have any other like specific hunts that I want to be doing. There's few, but I'll see if I ever get around to be doing them. It's like Space Time Distortion would be nice to be getting a shiny from. Trees/ores. Getting an Alpha Voltorb. Be also nice, but I'll see. I'll see indeed. The tree one I'm kind of fine doing on stream, but I don't know about the space-time distortion because it's just 90% of just waiting. And, you know, 5% of actually doing them, another 5% of just moving from place to place. Oh, an alpha one. Cool. So are you then doing a living dex in this game? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that I will. Could be one day kind of thing, but not that interested in it right now. Other hunts that are more interesting to me that I have done, have started, and never got around to be getting lucky enough to finishing them. Oh, we go. Nothing over there. Let's head back to the camp and let the ass roll. I haven't hacked in any shinies. Let's get going there then. We're about to be continuing anyways. There we go. It should be night enough still so I can be checking out Miss Travis and Miss Mages as well. But yeah, the Dialga, it isn't hacked if that's what you're thinking. It's from Brilliant Diamond. You can transfer Pokemons into this game. It's in a strange ball even, so like... That's further proof. Yeah. I didn't hack anything. I just moved it from Brilliant Diamond to this game. I hunted in there. It is a legit shiny. I wouldn't even be having capabilities to be hacking Pokemons on Switch. And I don't want to. Because there is no reason for me to be doing it. Want to be hunting everything that I can myself. And yeah, there is indeed, I can show you soon, like, how it is indeed from another game. It's not from this game by any means. I will say that I absolutely love to the Strange Ball to be available in other games as the Pokeball. It's only available in this game for this Dialga. Because in any other game, it's a normal Master Ball. But yeah. Wrong place. No, it's the correct place. Yeah, it's first of all, it's in a Strange Ball, so it's not from this game. And the second thing is that it said that it's caught in the Chino region. Yeah, it can go to its origin form, I think. Why it wouldn't be? Arceus can be changing its forms. Like, I'm assuming it should be able to. Yeah, it can. Yes, Shiny argues if you move it from PDSP, it can be changing forms. Same with Giratina as well. Yeah, it's a fully legit one. I just thought that I would be transferring it to this game, so I would be getting a little bit lucky with this hunt, but it unfortunately hasn't really helped. I mean, getting cool other alphas though, so that's nice. Not just the one that I'm looking for. Oh, hello, Alpha Cider. Cool. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be moving the Dialga though back to the Brilliant Diamond once I do be getting the dude indeed. It can be staying in there in the boxes. Never to be seeing the light of day. Yeah, I still need to be getting things done there. To try to be getting another Master Ball in that game. So I can be safely be hunting some other dudes in there. But yeah, the origin forums, I'm always in two minds about it. Like, they are cool, but at the same time, I do be liking the original more. Yeah, cool. Definitely deserve to be having another forum though. I do be liking it indeed. Interesting water sounds there. And it do be one of the most terrifying thing, baby. Alpha Pokemon. Jingling and Clef are one of the most terrifying ones. of all time. That's a bunch of angry toxic rogues. Surprisingly, do you want to be using Earthquake in the middle of the air this time? Interesting, interesting. Usually like to be doing that. Unfortunately, no good for this time around. Right? Yeah. Well, it happens. I've been getting, to be fair though, today ridiculously lucky, so hey, I'm fine with this. If I get too lucky, I get too lucky. To be getting bombed down by other means, indeed. It's surprisingly empty this time around. Interesting. Surprisingly empty indeed. Is it then time for another shiny alpha because it do be a massive mass outbreak? It's time for a shiny, it's a Chingling that I have like a million of. But hey, it's still something, it's, you know, a full party I guess. Yeah, do be having a few of them during this hunt already, and I'm pretty sure I already have a few of them beforehand. But hey, it's still a shiny. It's still another face. Still another face indeed. It should be day enough for the Clefable not to be there, maybe? Possibly? Might be still there, let's get another one of those. Ah. I don't really need another of a clefable. I'm completely fine with only one. After this I can turn around and check those last two that I'm gonna be checking. I'll be checking that one location because I can't be bothered to be going there because there's nothing else going about. Oh yeah, I guess it kind of means that no basculing, most likely as well during this hunt, because I'm not gonna be checking out the clefable location. That will be one of the only locations that it's available in. It's no biggie. No biggie at all. Cool Pokemon. Disappointing shiny, unfortunately. At least evolutions do be getting cool shinies. Like them both. Very nice indeed. Let's move you there then. And now it is indeed a full party for today. Need to be clearing a room when that one is gonna be more filled. But I'm not gonna be doing it now because I'm hoping that it doesn't need to be happening. I need to be clearing more room. It's easy to be clearing more room, but I can't be bothered with it. Just can't be bothered with it. I'm gonna save after I have slept. But yeah, it's fun to be seeing people be using in the synchro mode. You know, legendaries, they do be very funny. I don't really use synchro mode because, first of all, it's only limited to one area of the game, and the second thing is that it's cool, but I would be liking if there would be more. More for it, indeed. I don't know what it could be, but something. I haven't. Guess I don't really use it. If it would be available in like every place, then you know, maybe. It's just unfortunate it's only available in one area. Always love to rant about that I absolutely hate that it's only available in one area. Yeah, I know that a lot of people have been losing shinies from synchro mode, either being too far away or knocking it down. But it's a fast way to be... If it's a fast Pokemon, that is, it's a fast way to be getting encounters in areas. I will say that in my opinion there is only very few locations that it's good in, but it's still there, I guess. Yeah, I would be interested in doing a synchro mode hunt at some point. It just would really need to be finding a target that I would be interested in doing it for. Because I know a lot of people use it to be clearing outbreaks, but I don't use outbreaks in that way. That I will be KOing things in there because I like to be keeping things full odds. Maria. Torchic is one of the ones that I could be using it for. It's quite an easy one. And to be doing it for. One of the only ones that comes to my mind that I could be doing it for. Well, maybe one day, maybe one day. Always a possibility. I have some other hunts that I need to be getting done in that game first, though. And some other hunts in other games. Well, Alpha Gudra is gonna be again returning, as I said, to the usual once a week. If no special cases. Maybe once a week is good. It's good amount of progress, and at least I'm not gonna be getting burned out or bored of it. Yeah! Have a great rest of the day. Indeed. And thanks for stopping by, I appreciate it. Yeah, I was thinking that since I don't anymore be having, and it was kind of the plan anyways, that I don't have any challenge runs on going abouts right now. Probably won't be having for a little while. I like to be keeping them every once in a while kind of situations. What else? What else? Yeah, I was thinking that after Alpha Gudra, I was thinking maybe it could be that I will be at least, you know, once a week Scarlet Violet thing. Be switching it patch. As you know, things that I could be doing, you know, then every Tuesday until I like be caught up. I could be doing the dance bars. Indeed. I am pretty sure I mentioned it already, but yeah, that's definitely an option that I could be doing. But we'll see once we get there. Do I somehow be getting the not I will be getting somehow the 3 segmented dance bars first. Then the Alpha Gudra. I mean, technically possible, but shouldn't be. You know. Considering the dance bars is no shiny charm, no sparkling power situation. You know, it shouldn't be possible, but luck is a weird thing still. It works in mysterious ways. Oh, another Luxray. Did I ever check out the first Luxray? Maybe not. I tend to forget the Luxrays because, I mean, they're not that far away from the Stardew. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't check out the last Luxray. It's not the end of the world. I have few of them anyways. I mean, I would rather be getting the alpha one that is soon seen anyways. Nah, not this time. I'm jinxing it. I will say there is an interesting amount of statues in this game right now. It's a lot more than I would think that there would be. Or I guess they are just in the places that I can really be seeing them. That could be the thing as well. I'm just thinking that if I get the goodbye, I think if I get a goodbye now, or like the next alpha would be an alpha, shiny alpha goodbye indeed. I would probably go check out Miss Mages first, then check out Luxray, and then go to Probo Pass, and then go from there to Good Run stuff. So I think that is one of the smartest paths I will be doing at that point. Also kind of blocked by the Luxray outbreak by the current location next. Nothing there this time, but yeah, it's not the first and probably not the last time that I will be missing a Luxray outbreak while I'm hunting a good draw indeed. This is so easy to be missing. That at least has happened once, because I remember that I forgot to check it, and there was on the next round as well, there was the outbreak there. Also, I don't remember what I was watching. It was something Legends Arceus related that I know for sure, because it was talking about Legends Arceus. But they did say that Legends Arceus was the game to be introducing outbreaks, and it's kind of annoying in me because outbreaks have been a thing before. I've talked about it before, like outbreaks, swarms, kind of things. They have been a thing. It's just they kind of work differently each time that they are brought up. I would be saying that, you know, mass outbreaks are definitely a thing that Legends Arceus did bring to the table to be at first. But hopefully not the last. I will say that the next time that we'll be seeing like mass outbreaks, I will say that I would like to be getting more variety. I mean, the problem is that Legends Arceus has a very small Pokédex, but you know, I still would be liking more variety. Like, I don't mind if one place would be having less options as what Pokemons are in there, if it would mean that most Pokemons would be able to be found at least in one place in a mass outbreak. I've talked about it before, like there's like something like Drifloon that is kind of everywhere, Zubats, for example, indeed, like they're kind of everywhere. Like, I don't mind it per se, but at the same time, like, I like variety. So it's unfortunate to be seeing the same thing over and over again. And still, I will say that if Pony does need to be escaping because it's raining, why are they in here when it's raining? But anyways. I also think that it would be kind of interesting if when mass outbreaks are gonna be a thing again, that in the mass outbreak the massive mass outbreaks would be the only way to be getting like regional forms, like the in quotes the original form, like something, or like the other version that is not available there. So I think that could be kind of cool. But yeah, it could be interesting. I think it's a thing that most people want anyways, that there would be a way to be getting other regional variants in the games. I mean, I will say that not everything needs to be there, not everything makes sense. But have at least some would be very nice. Having at least some would be very nice indeed. As I said, the Scarlet and Violet did kind of do it with having like two Geodudes, one in one area, the other one in another area. Then there is the situation of a Wooper as well. Alien Wooper in one area, Chododian or original one in the other one. It's very nice. And indeed, do be making sense. So yeah, having that as outbreak kind of situations would be okay with me as well. Two alphas right next to each other. Scary. Yeah. Thank you. It's hard to be going to sleep. Even though Cat is very well asleep. At least she doesn't need to be going through a menu every single time, and if you press B, it's gonna be cancelling it. At least I don't think so. Could be wrong though, I haven't asked her too much of that lately, I guess. Done that indeed. Decently fast hour once again. Or decently fast 10, I guess. It seems like it's like 12:13 that I can be checking in an hour today. Just, you know, pretty good, pretty nice. I did a mismatch, just didn't see me there, but sure. You do you, buddy. If you don't want to see me, I'm completely fine with it. Completely fine with it indeed. Depending on how far we can get today with the Gudra checks, next time we could be hitting a bunch of chews. Just thinking maybe I'm gonna see if 2130 is in a decent reach. Just thinking that would be the ending point today. But we shall see, we shall see. Another yen mega. Another yen mega indeed. Well, yeah, I've talked about it a little bit, but I'm gonna try to do some changes tomorrow because I'm gonna be having an off day tomorrow. Some of the things may or may not be including that. I'll be tweaking a little bit of like stream layout. I like it overall, but there's few things that I have been having in mind to be switching. I'll be getting at least the shout-out thing to be working one way or another, figure it out. And there's most likely gonna be some channel point things as well. You depends on how easy they are to be getting. What? Those are things that may or may not be changing indeed. I'm gonna try to do changes tomorrow, those. As I said, I have an off day, so I've also, in this off day, I have a decent amount of time to be doing it, I would like to say. So, maybe. There's few other, like, minor things, but they might not even be seen. Like, some things are just, you know, behind the scenes kind of things. just to be making life a little bit easier for me. But yeah. We'll see, we'll see. I don't think that there's gonna be like that drastic of changes, though, but we'll see what I have in mind when I start to be doing them. We'll see about that indeed. Jeez, do your clothes get dirty looking? When it's snowing. To be fair though, I know that snow isn't that clean. It do be quite dirty looking. Let's see, another massive mass outbreak, another something. Nah. I think there might be like one or two that are not gonna be having anything. I've been getting quite lucky when mass outbreaks have been today. Especially I don't want an alligator. It's a pretty busy map as well this time around. Pretty busy map indeed. So this might be taking like closer to even 4 minutes to be clearing, but could be what it do be. Some take longer than others. It is just how it is indeed. I'm quite interested to see one thing again. Like how they're gonna be handling it once again is the like Pokemons that are, you know, in the water. Because I will say that I'm not the biggest of fan of Scarlet and Violet's. I like both, like Let's Go and Legends Arceus a lot more. Because at least, you know, you can easily see the Pokemons. I mean, like, surely does Scarlet and Violet's look cool? Yes, absolutely, but so I don't know. I guess it's just so bad because if they're underwater, it's very hard to be telling anything about them. Mostly, are they shiny or not? It doesn't apply to every Pokemon, of course, because some Pokemon have, you know, very easily noticeable shinies, but some do be blending quite nicely to the quite nicely to the water indeed. And I don't think that I will ever be stop complaining about China's situation. Because I don't fully understand why it sometimes is floating in a cave and why sometimes it's swimming. And sometimes just the evolution being in the forest. Like, huh? It's kind of like Skarubi. Skarubi is kind of everywhere, and in some places it makes sense, but overall it doesn't make too much sense because it's so much everywhere. You know, too many environments for one Pokemon. Oh dear. I'm not saying that it doesn't make sense that it can be swimming, it's just... Or that in one game it's available in so many different places. I guess I would be more fine with it if there wouldn't be the weird thing indeed that at least in the Timeless Woods, as I said, it just like swims, walks, whatever it does, floats on land. I know it has levitate and, you know, stuff along those lines, but it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense to the that it's in the forest, because at least if it's in a land, it's in a cave. And usually, you know, in a very charged cave of that, of electricity specifically. But yeah, it's just... it's a thing, for sure. I like Dynamo Line. Like, in general, I really like them. Have I ever used them? No. I would like to use them. Again, adding the millionth one to the list that I would like to be using. There just hasn't really been a situation. Yet where I would like to be using it. But yeah, it's just... I will say though, Dynamo Shiny isn't too bad in, you know, Gen 5. I don't mind it there. It's probably not too bad, but in Scarlet and Violet it is bad for just the reason that the places that it's found in, and it's small. To be fair, that's the problem basically with anything that is located in a bad area and it's small in Scarlet and Violet. But it's just so unfortunate. Yeah, even though like Dynamo Shiny doesn't really change that much, but I like it still. The change is cool. But I don't know what they did do with the middle evolution though. I don't understand why its shiny is so bad. Because the final evolution is such a lovely thing. I love it to the bits. But yeah, it do be what it do be. What is this massive mess outbreak and Rotom doing? Excuse me. But yeah, it is a shame indeed. I'm gonna soon check is it really even available in any games, the line, like as it is always the case, is it available in a reasonable place? Yeah, it's available in this game, but only after post-game. Yeah, I'll definitely be using it after post-game. Thank you very much. I don't know. I would like to again be seeing like another Pokemon like that with zero weaknesses. I don't know just how could it be done. I'm gonna go back to Triple Life. I'll be seeing if it's an empty map. If it is, I'm gonna come back and let the ads be rolling. Go there and wait. I'll be putting it to the evening once again. So I have enough time indeed. Let's just go back immediately, indeed. I just came in here, let's just get away. Why to be here, you know? Why bother? Why bother to be here any longer? Sleepy little fellow. Searching is good. I did quite like it. I just noticed that when it switched from the rain to, you know, probably clear or whatever, that it like first the rain stopped and then like some of the clouds did go away or fade away, you know. I think that's pretty neat. Also, that wardrobe has to be having soundproof because how else is gonna be sleeping through Dialga Dialga loud. It's the only logical explanation. I mean, I'm quite certain that it can be having soundproof. Oh yeah, I forgot to check out the Dynamo thing. I can check it now as well. I have some other things that I need to be checking that were a little bit more important. Yeah, it's not too bad to be checking it out. I feel like there is like in quotes a weird game that it's available in relatively early on. Technically Scarlet and Violet, I guess. Guess open world. But, you know, is it actually available early? It's a different question. Plus, can you actually be seeing Dynamo? Can you actually see the dude indeed? That's why I kind of would be wishing that Scarlet and Violet, like, if there is like this Pokemon is available in Scarlet and Violet and these locations. For Scarlet and Violet specifically, I would be hoping for that it would be kind of saying the levels. Because as I said, Scarlet and Violet, you can freely be checking out everything at any point, basically. But, you know, there's still gonna be disobeying you and such if they're too high in levels. What am? I mean, the thing is that you can be, of course, be going in Sword and Shield to the wild areas and be encountering strong-looking Pokemons. That's, yeah, a thing. But there is a good thing, though, that you can be capturing the Pokemon if they're, like, they would be, like, otherwise be disobeying you if you would be able to capture them kind of situation. I've talked about it before that I absolutely love that. It's a neat little feature that is frustrating. Just try to be catching Dijo as early as possible. It's kind of hard. You know, technically available in, you know, the dance spot. Apart from that, not really anywhere indeed. Also, today's massive mass outbreaks have been leaving Gligar alone a lot. It hasn't been too many times that it has been replaced. No knows best. Most definitely didn't think again that this situation is shiny because it's orange instead of green. But green is the shiny. Most definitely couldn't be me. No. Never. Never ever could that be the case indeed. Thank you for doing that game. I appreciate it. I appreciate when my Pokemon just decides that it's time to be launching into the atmosphere. Always wanted that. If I can count correctly, there's only 6 alphas left as well. Yeah, I can just go to the tunnel from here. Nothing else that I'm too interested in at all. Thank you for not loading incorrectly, Cave. I appreciate it. Lovely. Is that the reason why it doesn't know how to load in the shiny there correctly for the Crobat? Because everything else on my path has been found shiny there. There's technically 2 more, but they are not on my path. They are the ones in the water, and I don't really be in the water there at all. Funky. Stanky. Let me check. Dynamo. Well, I'm in here. Let's see, Dynamo. Of course, in black and white in Chartron Cave. In black and white shoe, it's also available in Seaside Cave. X and Y trade. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. Available in Mirage Caves, north of Halvorian Town, west of Route 115, north of Fortune City, southeast of Route 121, 29, south of Route 1 31. North of Route 132. In Mirage Caves, indeed. And yeah, it's basically like the only games that it's easily available in, I guess, are indeed in Scarlet and Violet. And in the original games, in the Unova games. Alliance. Let's see, Dynamo is from level 25. Level 42, so pretty wide range. But yeah, I guess that's the reason why I can't really be using it. Because I'm pretty sure in the Alola games, the dude is available in or the evolution is available in the island scanning on specific days. I could double check though. I'm pretty sure it's indeed the case. Electric is... Oh, electric, not electric, electric. Yeah, islands can on Sundays. In a very specific location, of course. As they do be. But yeah. I would absolutely love to be using them, so... Again, go into the list, I guess. The road ones that I will be using whenever I'll be playing through Unova games normally. Yes, then I'll be using them indeed. At least, you know, it's not that bad. Not that bad at all. Quite easily available and such indeed. But yeah, level 25 means that, you know, you can't be going there without any gym badges. You need to be having, you know, some gym badges. In Scarlet and Violet, I mean. For them to be obeying you. You cannot be going there and catching them, but it's just that they are not gonna be obeying you. Thankfully, I never run into that situation in that game. Then again, do I go most of the areas that I'm supposed to? Yes. Did I also be getting a bunch of gym badges because I can? Yes. Only way to be increasing the level that they dudes are gonna be obeying you, indeed. Let's be getting more gym badges. Oh, hello. would absolutely love to be getting Monsley as a shiny, but I will say that much that I don't necessarily need it, but I still will say that I prefer it over Sudowoodo that I did get on Friday on Dynamax Adventures. Lastly, shouldn't be getting it in this game. Be hilarious, but maybe no. Since I'm here, I'm gonna check out the glide course there. No, unfortunate. No Monsley. The funny small freak tree. Hello, cat. Are you actually getting up, or are you just gonna be laying down and just slightly changing your position? So I've been doing a few times. You know, the problem of not finding a good position. Always a struggle. Always a struggle indeed. And of course, like when you do be finding the perfect position to be sleeping in, then you need to be running to the bathroom. Even though you have just been there, it's just the timing, you know? It is just how it works. Oh, hello, Peony. You're a little bit out of the way, but always like the shiny indeed. It's not the greatest of changes, but you know, kind of purplish. It's very nice. It's still like a lovely thing to me that the whole like Chansey Happiny line is, you know, in regular form they are similar-ish colors, some variation of pink, but in their shiny forms, one is purplish, one is green, and one is slightly lighter pink. It's still like, you know, noticeable enough, but just interesting. I would wish that Blizzard would be more available in this game than it is. And then again, you know, I've talked about it before that Chansey line is meant to be rare. Kind of. I do see it for everyone but Happini. I don't know why I'm like feeling like Happini is relatively common compared to the other two at least. Just feels like that indeed. I don't really understand why Blissey couldn't be more of a thing in this game. It's not like, you know, both Happini and Chansey outbreaks exist indeed. Why couldn't Blissey as well? Oh, cool Pokemon. The Alpha is always hilarious looking. Love it to the bits. I don't know, it's just, you know, Blissey is already like big Pokemon, like it do be tall, it do be chunky. It always has been the case. But jeez, when it's alpha, it's even better. Love it. The Super and the Murkrow, usually both available during nighttime, but funnily enough, it is daytime when I was there. I'm probably sensing that I will be changing it to nighttime so they can be vibing. The only logical explanation indeed. But yep. Good day today indeed in this game, even though I will be having still like 13 more to be going today, if it is necessary. Decent day though. You know, the teamworth is kind of what I'm aiming for each time. It'll be kind of what I'm aiming for each time indeed. It's a good amount. It's, you know, 6 Pokemon is indeed good in about 6 hours. That I do even more than, you know, they're always welcome, but not really necessary. You know, better to be keeping the luck in another game kind of a situation. Yes, that is how it definitely will be working indeed. If you're lucky in one game, you can be lucky on another one. Another very smooth transition from snowing to raining. I don't know what it is honestly about that change, that like that transition that I absolutely love. I wish more games would be doing something with that. You know, depending on like how high you are or something like that. Or depending on the biome, it would be changing like smoothly. Like surely, you know, it do be changing in a bunch of games, but is it a smooth? Smooch? Smoochum? Is it a smooth transition? Is a different story. I, by the way, really hope that I don't need to be going into 500 hour in game time. Or in save time, I guess. I really hope that that's gonna be happening. Because we're only at 406 hours right now, so you know, it's gonna be a while before we hit that. So hopefully not indeed. No portals, nowhere there. I don't know, is it because Ghastly has such big eyes? But she's just the redness like go everywhere in its eyes. The whole like white part. It looks interesting. Looks very interesting indeed. Something on the golem spot, I might as well be going there then. I still will say that there has been a very much of a lack of Bronzong and Bronzor. Haven't really been there in a while. The same it is kind of with Gligar as well. They will all like kind of calm down. Let's go to here then. Still unfortunate, no. Actually, since these are like this, I can do quick checks. Go from there, I'm going to go to a mothing spot and then I can go there. Check out the outbreak and then immediately grow bad. Allocates. Hi. Why more allocates? I don't like allocates still. Game, please, no. Just randomly add Magbies in here. And I'll be more happy with them. Magbies that definitely look like Teddiursas if you're looking at them quickly. And you know, Magby is shiny. In this game at least. In other games maybe not. Like, I would like to say that maybe it's not the case in, like, I think in I think it was only the case in the Gen 3 games that for some reason Teddy Ursa... I don't remember what game it was, but for some game like Teddy Ursa it wasn't looking orange, it was looking brown. I've talked about this before, but it's just so strange. I mean, is it more aligned with Ursa Ring? Definitely, but at the same time... It just looks odd. So, you know, maybe not in those games then. More rain in here. Now Westlow and Alpha start making a bunch of noise after I have gone past them. Or like when I'm there. Let's just make a noise when the dude has passed already. Like an hour ago. I mean, of course they're like making noises randomly, but it's still pretty hilarious. Because I will say that in one way or another, like in Pokemon world, as in many other places in the gaming world, they do be working around the player. You know, the game itself wouldn't really be anything without the player indeed. Strodoms. Buddy? Last 10. We'll start from now then. Whenever they will be done, it's gonna be next. Like half an hour, or it's gonna be the next. Next 2 hours is a different story. I think 2 hours is a little too much. But it could be possible. Could be. Oh yeah, I don't think that I did say anything about it, but I will say one thing is kind of weird right now because I'm so used to it being dark at this moment, basically. But it's gonna be weird, like, remembering that, you know, sun is still kind of there. Even this late into the day. The long winter months are done, and we go to the quick summer months. But I appreciate it. I guess it's also like a little bit different today because it has been indeed quite clear today. It has been basically sunny the entire day. So it also makes a difference. You still have decent amount of time to be showing yourself today, but also could you please? I would very much appreciate it indeed. Very much appreciated indeed. But then again, do I really think that I would be getting 2 alphas in one day too many times? Not really. It's quite unlikely, but anything is possible, as I said, but we'll see, we'll see. Completely empty map this time around. Okay. Okay. Also, I will hope that, like, we would be having a region at some point in Pokemon that wouldn't be like an island. Because it feels like it has been forever since we have been getting that. I mean, I will say I don't mind Alola, it's the whole thing that they are islands, like that's completely fine. But yeah, I don't think that so many of them that have been recently need to be, at least, you know, be at some point be connected to the land. I know that there is gonna be one problem if we're gonna be getting a region like that, and people are like, why can't we be going to here? Kind of like what happened in Kitakami, that it's kind of strange that you can be going there. But then again, do I care about it? Absolutely not. I just wonder that there would be a region that wouldn't be just an island. Because I don't know. I don't mind water and everything, it's just like kind of eh. It also kind of makes all the regions that are like that feel a little bit too similar to my liking. So I like when regions have their own feeling, but if they're all like just islands, it's kind of boring. But I think it's gonna be the case again. I think indeed. And I don't know, I guess you could be saying that Paldea isn't like that, but I will also say that we aren't like seeing it in the map. It's just, you know, grayed out area. You'd be just a grayed out area there. And also I wanted to be like more than just like that small of a part, even though I don't mind that it's a small part that is connected, but I want like, you know, at least one side of the region to be connected to a land. What are you? I guess Pokemon World in itself is just full of water. Nice. Have a great lunch then. Are you gonna be doing something else while you're having lunch? Nice. Is there an auto crafter in that? Or do you need to like craft them one by one? Because like it's a pain with that amount. Be crafting them one by one. Nice. I like that they are finally adding it to the vanilla as well, that there is going to be an auto crafter of sorts. It's complicated to be using, but fair enough. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. That is another thing that I kind of would like to be from mods in vanilla Minecraft as well, is the storage. Because you get like ridiculous amount of storage so easily and easily sorted and everything. It doesn't need to be as OP. Like maybe like you just put your chest into a crate and you can be like getting them in anywhere that you can be having like a panel in. But yeah. Would be nice. Because building in storage systems in vanilla is interesting at times. Depending on how many items you want to be sorting, of course. And if you want to be making it automatic, it's a monster. But yeah, that's nice. No, I was going for the Clefable there, but I guess it doesn't hurt every once in a while to be seeing Golem, even though I don't need it. I will say that the trials are gonna be interesting when they're gonna be actually added to the game. I like that. I think the wolves are already a thing in the latest update, that you'll be getting more dogs. If I remember correctly, that is a thing already. Slowly but surely be getting all the new updates in. I know, Kado. I'll be cleaning your toilets soon. Either day after stream or tomorrow. Yeah, hello. Thankfully you can jump into the table as long as I can see somewhat, because I can hear sparkles. And things are relatively big in this game, so I don't need to be squinting my eyes too much. Let's see, nose pass. How are you feeling? Okay, you're checking the mic, okay. Are you checking the mic more? What are you gonna be doing? I'm going back to watching something. But it's very nice to be seeing indeed the cat more active. But yeah. Hopefully summer isn't too bad on her though. She usually is fine. We would need to somehow be able to try to be making a cooling way for her, like put up like a some sort of a container full of water and see if she would like to be going there and cool herself down. If not, we are gonna be, of course, be going to what we did to last year and just, you know, a pretty wet towel and do that. She doesn't mind it because, you know, it cools her down. So, you know, that's nice for her. But yeah. She could be like up to it that she would just be like having a container though. We could be trying it out and it doesn't really hurt. We have containers that we don't use all the time, so... And are also like cat height. We have other ones that we don't use, but they aren't cat height. What are you? We'll see. We'll see. I opened and closed the thing at the same time. Cool. Didn't know that that was possible. I mean, why wouldn't it be, but... Interesting still. Oh, I'm rolling. That's why I can't be saving. We could also be trying it again with a cat that could be trying to be seeing if she wants to be, you know, going outside, aka teach her to be in a piece of... I don't know what it actually is made out of, but you know, something that we could be having her on a leash. If she would be willing to be there. She's like honestly fine with it. I've talked about it before that she doesn't do the usual cat thing, that she's just gonna be falling down. It just is, you know, a little bit awkward to be walking for sure for her with that. I think it's mostly thanks to that she has such big amount of fur though than anything else. But hey, at least she is moving with it. She's like jumping and stuff like that with it. So it isn't really limiting that much. There is enough space for her and everything. Because she is quite big for a cat. I think the one that we have is actually for small dogs. And again, it's mostly thanks to amount of fur, and she's the kind of cat that is already like naturally like bigger than most cats. I'm gonna have the ad break now then. Was thinking of waiting a little more. What? No, I'm gonna have it now. Even though there's only a few more to go. It's still gonna be like 10-15 minutes. Is it an empty one? I mean, it's a cleffa, basically empty. I'll play the ads now. I'll be waiting there to see if a space-time distortion wants to be showing up as usual. So to evening we go, so it's gonna be nighttime. Let's throw you out there. Maybe. There we go. Mm. Few things going about outside indeed. Like little leaves of sorts be flying about. There's a bunch of leaves today, honestly, flying like very close to the window this morning, and I was like, is there actually a bird there or something? Because it was just so close. These leaves don't usually be that close to the house because we're relatively high up. For that kind of situation. So it's quite unlikely that they would be like building from the ground up indeed. Another alpha sneasel. Interesting. I still do be having the female one though, game. If you want to be give me the male one, or I guess, you know, evolution for a sneasler then. Let's check out the Clefus and probably Clefairy and Clefables as well, or Clefable and Clefairies as well, because I'm already there. I might as well. Let's see, is there any green-eared Clefus? Doesn't really seem so in the outbreak at least. Not in the outbreak, at least, indeed. Go for the good draw, unfortunately. I was kind of thinking that it would be kind of cool to be getting a outbreak event in Scarlet and Violet. That would be about small and big Pokemon. And in those themselves there would be a higher chance to be getting either Teensy or Humango. And I think there would be two good ways to be making them, that outbreak to be a thing. Either be making, you know, the probably logical thing to be making the big Pokemons to be having the Humango power and small be having the TNC. And then... But then probably the more interesting one would be to be making the small ones to be having big. And the big ones to be small. Like more of a chance like that. So I think that could be kind of interesting. I mean, they, do be doing the personality mark thing, they do be doing the increased shiny chance thing. Humongo and Teensy I kind of doubt it, but I don't think it's that unlikely at the same time. I don't know how much of a problem it would be to be doing it, but if they do, that would be nice. I'm kind of going into the logic that there is sometimes an event in Pokemon Go that does it. There's increased chance to be finding either big or small Pokemons. Usually both. That's an alpha, too bad. Jeez. Hard to be knowing because you still don't have glowing red eyes. You still don't have glowing red eyes, too bad when you're alpha. Still the question is that how can I know that it's an alpha then, apart from its size? How can I know indeed? Few more to go and it's done for today. But yeah, that should be 80 checks today. I'm quite happy with that. And it kind of makes it somewhat easy. Not guaranteed, of course, but it makes it easy to be hitting the punch of choose next time. It should be indeed, but we'll see if that happens. If that happens, that's good. If it doesn't, then it's completely fine. Because I'm not setting too much of a goal with this Alpha Guru because it's just so inconsistent how lucky you will be getting with massive mass outbreaks and everything. But if I get decently lucky, then 90, a little bit lower 90 would be possibility, but we'll see, we'll see. Of course, as usual, I'm not gonna be pushing myself. If I don't feel like going, then don't go then. Did I push myself a little bit too much? Be getting the grass only thing done, maybe, but I think at the end of the day it was worth it. Because now I don't need to be caring about it at all, and it's just this done. That should be the main thing. And of course, as usual, I'll be finding an empty spot for Guider for next time, which is most likely next Tuesday. But yeah. Most likely we'll be having that indeed. Be the case, and as I said, an empty one because always love to be ending and starting with a target. If it is by any means a possibility. It is reasonably achievable. Yeah, but let's see, is the next one gonna be the last culture check then? Last one is indeed the last culture check. Oh, this one is the last culture check. The last one is the last culture check. No. It could be. I would be wishing that there would be a completely empty map for next time, but I'm just happy if the good spot is empty. I mean, we did see today what happens when there is a massive mass outbreak and the good is empty. I did get 2 random ones instead of getting anything from the massive mass outbreak. You know, it do be like that. A little stupid, but you gotta love it. You gotta love it indeed. Another alpha Gipple, I see how it is. I will say that I'm a little bit disappointed that it seems like I'm not gonna be getting a shiny Gligar today. I so wanted one. A little bit of a shame indeed. But maybe next time. Maybe next time indeed. No for Miss Mages. Let's add it up indeed. Yeah, last check of the day. Let's see, do we need to continue this next time indeed? Or on Tuesday? Next Tuesday indeed. But let's see. Do we have the hunch still going about? We unfortunately do. Well, maybe next time then. Maybe next time then, indeed. Yeah, I'll go ahead and of course, as I said, check if there is an empty one. If there is already immediately, then you know, good. Love it. If there isn't, then you know, I'll be checking out the mass outbreak because it's the only way that there isn't an empty spot on the good round. Yeah. Let's get in out of here then and see about that. There's just a Yam outbreak there. Okay. Well, that's completely fine. Yeah, let's check out what we did get today, because thankfully I can be able to have every single one of them on here indeed. Or can I? No, I can't. I need to leave one out. I miscounted at some point. So the dude that I said to be number 6 was number 6. Oh no. Which is a Grogunk. I guess I'll leave the Chingling out then. But yep, today was a very nice day. We did start the first run indeed with a Chew with Parasect and Golbat, both random, even though there was a massive mass outbreak. Then a massive mass outbreak Stunky. A green Golbatch for some reason. Our weather controlling Pokemon thing of Alpha Clefable. That do be very loud. And finally a Croagunk got the good spot. A pretty decent ones today. There was also a Chingling that I did find. It was 7 that I did find today. Oh, that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. Yeah. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. I'll be on Thursday with something. Not completely sure what. Might be Galarian Farfetch'd. Is indeed a possibility. Yeah. But have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And really get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed on Thursday. Until then,